Now, a Rutherford Weather Storm Alert.
Okay, we are back with some information. The storm that we've been tracking, a severe thunderstorm, now has been upgraded to a tornado warning, so we're going to jump right into it. We've got meteorologist Justin Bailey, who's out and about, so let me get his shot in right above me, and then we're going to start talking about this. This storm is back towards Spring Hill, and it is moving here in our direction. So we're on all of our channels here. Just need to make one little change and make sure that we've got Justin going, and there I think we are. Okay. So Justin, I know you're out there. Are you seeing this storm structure that's to the west? You may not be able to talk while driving. Okay, sounds good. We're going to get a reconnect there with Justin. We'll get to him here in just a second. So we've got tornado warning now for Spring Hill, Thompson Station. This storm will affect areas in Rutherford County, Cedar Grove, up toward Windrow, Kirkland, Ambleville. Some of these areas are in the eastern parts of Williamson County, sorry. But again, tornado warning. Let me try to pull your shot in here just a little bit better there, Justin, so we can make sure we're seeing. And there you go. We've got meteorologist Ray Miller joining us here now as well. And Ray, this took a very quick uptick to a tornado warning now.
That's right. I mentioned during the last update that we had that rotation in the middle levels of the storm. It has now come down into the lower levels as well, and it's strengthened quite a bit. So much stronger rotation than what we were seeing before, and a much more significant tornado risk now right over the Thompson Station area. And given the northeasterly track of this, it's basically going to run right along Interstate 840. So that would take it just to the north of College Grove over the next few minutes. So if you're in that area, time to take your tornado precautions, get to your basement or storm shelter. Again, this is moving on that northeasterly track and still moving at a pretty quick pace, moving at about 50 miles an hour. Still looking at large hail as well. Again, that potential for 2-inch diameter hail. That will be moving more into the Franklin area. Franklin is included in the tornado warning, but the tornado threat will likely stay south of that community. But the potential there for large hail in Franklin. And then again, the tornadic track right along and perhaps just slightly north of Interstate 840 in Williamson County that would eventually take it into areas west of Murfreesboro, south of Smyrna, and northwest of Overall in far western Rutherford County. And that's where this tornado warning is now in effect until 4:15 this afternoon.
Okay, so it's going to be day 2 of what is going to be, I think tomorrow will be a little better, but Saturday, another day to be weather aware. So we're on top of this now. Ray, thanks for the update, and pop in anytime.
Absolutely. We'll be in touch.
Meteorologist Ray Miller joining here. And
middle of the base already. I'm going west down 840 if that wasn't obvious on my stream.
okay.
And I can see that's actually the castle right on top of the hill up there. Most folks around here are familiar with the Renaissance Castle, and we got a lowering visible right behind the Renaissance Castle on my feed.
All right, very good. I'm actually not
Still too far away to tell if there's any rotation or anything of that nature, but I do know if you're in Rutherford County, you can step outside right now and look towards the east and see a beautiful Mamadis display.
Yeah, this Spring Hill, North Columbia, we're definitely seeing a lowering there. So I'm actually not seeing any visuals from you. So if you've got a picture to send through, let us know. We are seeing some lowering velocities there. Let's just flip over to another product, probably a bit.
Well, we'll try and disconnect and reconnect again because it says my camera feed's rolling.
Well, let me see. I've got you a place where I can't see you, but I don't think so. Yeah, you may just try to do that again for me. So this storm right now is back toward Thompson Station. It's going to ride along 840. So if you live in Rutherford County from Amaville to Windrose, Cedar Grove, you're in this area. Gotcha now. So that is,
You got me now?
yes, sir. So you
All right,
traveling
good.
down 840 toward the area where this storm is located. So if you're watching on the Rutherford Weather Channel, you can see into the area of where this storm is located. We do have another vantage point that I can show, and this is looking back toward the storm. We've got a sky view there in the Triune Amaville area looking back toward Franklin. So still a bit to go. So this tornado warning is going to be in effect for parts of Rutherford County for 24 minutes. If you're on the north end of this, even if you don't get the rotating part of the storm, there is 2-inch hail with this. Let me go back here so you can see. So 2-inch hail, that's about the size of a lime. If you want to, I've got my comments open here, at least on YouTube. That is the easiest for me to see. So we're going to try to make sure that we've got our other means of communications open. Let me do a storm track here real quick. And this is moving west central Rutherford County until 4:15. This storm is moving at 50 miles an hour to the northeast. So I'm going to do storm track taking it into the county. Let me try that one more time just to give a truer representation. Going to go to the northeast. Take a look as he makes the turn around 840, and you can see the big base of that cloud. And we are seeing some photos in chat of maybe a funnel cloud in Spring Hill right now. So giving you a huge heads up here. This is just for the circulation of the storm as it comes into Rutherford County. And it doesn't really give me, let me do the fan track on this. So if you're just joining, tornado warning, that includes Rutherford County. And this tornado warning is in effect until 4:15. We'll have something that is extended, I'm sure, through the county. Don't really expect for this storm to lessen in terms of being at least severe. Northeast, 50 miles an hour. We just got a radar update, so I'm going to kind of maybe fudge on the times a little bit and give you, so Amaville, let's say 20 minutes. Rocky Fork, 25. Blackman, less than 30. Same for Smyrna and Wade. Florence, all about the same. Okay, so if I called out your community, you need to be thinking about shelter. And we're going to give a very early heads up on this storm. It's going to track right through the center of town or just to the north. So Blackman, Amaville, out toward Overall. Let's just go ahead, downtown Murfreesboro, kind of an early heads up. Seeing anything out there,
You
Justin?
seeing that thing?
Pretty big storm.
It is a ground scraping wall cloud.
See if I can take you full screen here for just a second. And you're traveling down 840, looking right into this storm.
Yes, I'm going one more exit, and I'm going to prepare to Arno Road, turn around, and start tracking it back west.
Seeing some hail. This is definitely confirming the lime-size hail too, by the way. And getting some several reports. So very large hail in this storm, and this tornado warning. Tornado warning that is in effect for Rutherford County until 4:15. It's just a small sliver of Rutherford County, but we need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions, especially here in this small triangle, but out in front of it too. So Blackman, Overall, Overall Creek, Stones River Town Center, downtown, Cason Lane, Riverdale High School up towards Siegel, the Roselawn Memorial Park, Roselawn Memorial Gardens, rather, pardon me. So that's an early heads up for you. You're not in the warning just yet, but it is definitely on the way. It is only showing signs of increasing here in terms of some of the velocities that we're seeing. So right in here would be the rotation.
Strong mid-level circulation for sure. Boy, it's beautiful.
And terrifying at the same time.
That is, yeah, structure-wise, that is textbook classic supercell. We don't see those very often in Middle Tennessee.
So it's your early heads up. Parts of Rutherford County, just a small portion in this warning until 4:15. But this is a storm we're going to have to contend with here this afternoon, and it means business. So if you're under a tornado warning, it means get downstairs, under something, center of the building, keep away from windows. Also, you really need to get out of mobile homes and cars, and just make sure that you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I want to try to, next time I get a good shot from you, I'm going to try to show that inflow if you get into that point. But we do see right there.
Can't turn the camera far enough, but there you can even see the little where it's green from the hail in there.
Yeah.
Big base.
Coming up on it here, so let me take it full.
If there's a rotation, something on the ground underneath that massive wall cloud, too many hills and trees to see it.
So here is Justin's look right into the storm. There we go. Traveling down 840, and I'm sure you're in Williamson County by now. Okay, yeah, because it's.
That's good.
Yeah, don't blame me. I was just going to mention that. Looks like a little tail cloud right there too. Would that be part of a lowering?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So this storm means business. Let's take back to radar. We'll keep that shot in the upper corner there for you. And we are going to track this storm in and through Rutherford County. Tornado warning in effect for another 17 minutes. It takes it until about 4:15. Storm traveling northeast at 50 miles an hour. Let me take it here from the reflectivity. And we're going to do a wide, take it through the county to give you an early heads up. So some of the first communities to be impacted just past Triune and the Patterson community in 16 minutes. Amoville, 18 minutes. Rocky Fork, 19 minutes. Little Hope, 23. Blackman, 24. Smyrna, 24. Wade, 26. Does this mean that this storm is going to come directly on you? No, because this is a fan track here, and it's going to allow for some uncertainty. I do think that you're going to see some storm activity in these areas, whether it's the center of circulation or not. We'll track that a little closer when it comes into the county, but about a half an hour for downtown Murfreesboro. Leanna in about the same time, Jefferson Springs 2, Mona, Walter Hill, then on to Silver Hill, Compton, and in the Vine community in the next 40 minutes. This is a tornadic storm, and we are seeing some very impressive pictures coming in, and some of that from meteorologist Justin Bailey as we've been seeing it. Also seeing, wow, this is not a really large diameter hailstone, but it is 3 inches long. Santa Fe. I mean, we're getting up there. Storm is warned for lime-size hail, 2 inches. If you are, as we look at the velocity, we heard this term from the National Weather Service last night and did a little studying on it. And what you can see here is there's no true reds against greens that we can see. And part of that is it's called side lobbing. So we all learned something new and we got a better look at it there. But it's trying to, the radar beam trying to go through the large hail core, and it's sending back data that looks different and looks weird. There is a picture of that rotating wall cloud as Justin is set up there with the video. You can see it in the upper left, or just the upper left-hand corner here if you're watching on the Rutherford Weather channel. Rutherford Weather, YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch. We've got you covered in all of those locations. And looks like Bryan has joined us here as well. So, Bryan, what are you kind of seeing with this storm?
I am just now, I'm in Tryon right now, and I'm trying to flip my camera.
Gotcha.
Give me 1 second.
So we're going to get a couple of different angles of this storm. Local firefighter sending in some photos of the wall cloud.
There is the base of the storm right there.
We're hearing tornado sirens go off. So you're in the Triune area. Let me bring this out full. Again, we're tracking a tornadic supercell in Williamson County about to make its way here into Rutherford County at the moment. You're going to see 2 different photos here. Let me try to resize this. So here is a look. I'm sorry, this looks a little crazy here. Didn't know that it was going to do this on me. So maybe kind of describe what you're seeing out there, Bryan, as I try to readjust.
I can see the whole base of the wall cloud right now. I don't see a funnel at the moment, unless it is back behind those trees.
Okay. See if
sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to go after this.
All right. So there is a Bryan shot of this storm. I'm going to go back to Justin's shot of this storm as Bryan gets his bearings here. Working on, let's see, I'm going to end Justin's shot right there. We've got also meteorologist Ray Miller joining us. This storm is coming rapidly into Rutherford County, Ray.
That's right. The most dangerous part of the storm, where we're seeing the circulation now just off to the southeast of Franklin, about 6 miles southeast of Franklin is where I'd put the most likely location for the tornado. But anywhere within that large area of circulation that we're seeing on these chaser images and on the radar, you could get a tornado embedded in that circulation. So this is starting to approach the Rutherford County line. I'd be most concerned about areas along and north of Highway 96. So the area along the county line south of Nolensville, that would be our area of concern as this continues to push to the east-northeast, still moving at a good pace. This storm continuing to move at about 50 miles an hour. Again, the large hail north of the tornadic circulation, that's starting to move into the Nolensville area now. Not quite as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Still some potential here for 2-inch diameter hail. I think the vast majority of the hail with this now is going to be quarter to perhaps golf ball size. But again, just south of that hail, we have that area of circulation. Again, now between Interstate 840, Interstate 60, my screen just died on me there, Interstate 65, and Highway 96. If you draw that kind of triangle there, that is the area where we see this circulation on radar still at this time, continuing to track to the east-northeast.
Okay, thank you, Ray, for the update and trying to get Justin's shot into this a little bit better. And man, do you have a view there, Justin, of the storm as it's approaching? Make this full real quick, and then we're going to do another track because we need to give you a heads up. If you're in central Rutherford County, this is a tornado warned storm. And here is a look at it. There's the base of the storm. Are you seeing any type of lowering there, Justin, at all? May not be able to hear me there. Bryan, maybe mute your phone there for me.
I got you. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. So both Bryan and Justin Bailey on this storm. Do the best we can to bring you the shots that we can of this approaching storm. So let's go back to our reflectivity. And this is going to be a tornado warning. It's going to go until 4:30. So your emergency alerts are probably going off right now. We've tried to give you as much of a heads up as possible. If your phone went off, that means that you're in the path of this storm. This new tornado warning.
Low level rotation with it. It's a nasty low hanging wall cloud, but it's not rotating that quickly.
Okay, good news. So let me give you some areas to take cover. So if your wireless emergency alert went off, this is a dangerous storm headed into the area. Anywhere from Sharpsville to Las Casas Villa, Murfreesboro Airport, Starplex, McKnight, Sir Pizza Memorial, Oakland High School. I'm calling off some landmarks. Siegel High School, toward the Alvin C. York Medical Center, Walter Hill School, Wilson Elementary School, Las Casas, even to the west, Smyrna along Murfreesboro Road in this. Smyrna proper is in this warning. This warning actually goes all the way up to Laverne, includes parts of southern Nashville and into Wilson County and Gladeville as well. This storm is very close to making its way into the county. The hail size coming down a little bit, but do expect hail on the northern fringe. Make sure that the storm has not changed in terms of direction and speed. It has changed in speed, 45 miles an hour, and it is still moving to the northeast. So let me try to give you a larger warning or track on it, not warning necessarily. Laverne, Smyrna, you're in the northern core of this rotating updraft already right now.
Hey, Bryan,
Yes, sir.
if it drops a tornado anywhere, it's going to be right there. So keep your eyes on that spot. I mean, that is an insane wall cloud. I can actually see it rotating a good amount. I'm about to head south down towards Nolensville. If this thing puts a tornado down, it's right on the path for Nolensville.
Okay. You heard Bryan there. This is a track of the center of that storm. So heads up, Rocky Fork, 12 minutes, Little Hope, 17, Wade, 20 minutes, Florence, 21, Leanna, 24, Walter Hill, 29, Las Casas, 34, Canesville, 38. That is just the strong part of the storm, but the storm is really kind of beginning to take more of a left motion, and that's why Bryan was mentioning Nolensville. So this may be a little more of a problem a little further north. If you live anywhere in this red polygon in Rutherford County, if you're having a hard time seeing where the county is, it's imperative that you know where you live and what communities and what landmarks are nearby. So here is that side of the polygon. So if you live in this area, roughly, So we've got Laverne in there, Rock Springs Elementary, Rocky Fork, Smyrna High School, Stewart's Creek High School. If you live in these areas, Browns Chapel, Blackman, MMC West Lawn, Embassy Suites, that's downtown. Oakland High School, right here, Rutherford Weather in that neck of the woods. Siegel High School, Copper Ridge, Las Casas, Walter Hill, Wilson, Cedar Crest, all the way up to Lake Forest, Fate Sanders, Nashville Super Speedway. Those are the areas that we're watching. The National Weather Service did just mention, now don't take your guard down, okay? But they did just mention that not as concerned as we were 5 minutes ago, going to continue to watch things for a few more scans to see how it interacts with the boundary before making any decisions on this storm. Okay. Looking at a few of your comments, MTSU campus okay. MTSU is in this warning polygon. Headed toward Murfreesboro, yes. Murfreesboro is going to get some of this storm. Okay. Wait on a new scan or two and keep watching National Weather Service chat here. But right now toward Nolensville, let me do like 7 frames and put this into motion just so you can see in which direction. So it is kind of lifting off more to the northeast than northeast, if that makes sense. So I would think that in this trajectory, Laverne, Smyrna, in that area, maybe a little further north. I do think a lot of areas are going to see some impacts from this storm as it continues to travel off to the north and east. There is a good camera that hopefully I can switch over and show you. So this would be 840 at Veterans. Let me show you that camera. Traffic cam. 840 at Veterans. There we go. Look at that. This is the storm as it's entering Rutherford County. Here's 840 at Veterans. You can see the lowering and the big shelf cloud, the lowering there behind the trees. So we're going to stick with this for just a minute, just to kind of take a look at things. That sound you hear lets us know that we're under a tornado warning for parts of Rutherford County. This is going to be really from downtown Murfreesboro to the north. Let me see what this shot gives us from downtown. We can see that storm just over the water tower there. But I think we do have a better shot of this storm from the TDOT SmartWay camera. Most definitely a good shot, and that is from 840 at Veterans. This was traveling right along 840, but is now taking a little more of a northern push here. It's just gone really kind of over 840, so we're looking at this back on from the veteran side of things, east. We did get a report back in Arrington. The cloud touched the ground. This is from emergency management officials. The cloud touched the ground, but no debris. That is a report via amateur radio operator. So if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch, or WGNS Radio, 101.9 AM 1450 Murfreesboro, 100.5 Smyrna, we've got you covered. It is, drive time, people getting off work, ready to go. And you look outside and here's what you see. I'm keeping it on this shot right here and watching the radar for you. But an impressive rotating thunderstorm that is tornado warned moving into Rutherford County. Let me do a quick storm track. Let me see the motion one more time.
It does appear to be on a weakening trend.
I was just seeing that.
It seems like the lightning has really decreased in it.
And this could be that interaction that the National Weather Service was talking about with that boundary, because it's right in there and it's headed toward that boundary. And it's a little cooler
Right. If it goes,
above that
if it
boundary.
lifts, it's going to get into some cool air, and that'll weaken it.
All right, meteorologist Ray Miller, we're seeing, we're right now on the video channel watching this impressive tornado-warned supercell storm move to the northeast, really, right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it is now approaching the Rutherford County line, and thus the warning has been extended now until 4:30 this afternoon. So another couple of minutes on this. And this does now include the Laverne and Smyrna areas. They were not included previously in the warning, but they are now. A bit of good news here, though. The overall rotation with this has weakened considerably in the last few minutes. The cold air wrapping around the storm has really helped to cut off some of that circulation, cut off some of the warm and humid air flowing into the storm. We're no longer seeing the significant hail risk that we were seeing before. Still some perhaps quarter-sized hail, particularly between Nolensville and Laverne moving to the northeast. But the circulation that we were watching, the area of rotation, has become much, much broader and much weaker. So that tells us that our tornado threat is decreasing very, very rapidly here. And I expect this warning likely will be allowed to expire at 4:30, barring any changes at this point. Of course, we'll wait for the Weather Service to officially confirm that. But based on what I'm seeing on the radar right now, this is not nearly as impressive as it was about 15 minutes ago.
You probably didn't see this in chat because it was way early on, but before the storms got going, Chrissy Hurley at the National Weather Service said, tell us where the boundary is, and showed the temperature and dew point in Nashville, and then the one in Smyrna and the one in Murfreesboro, and that's kind of where that boundary was. And so if it gets north of that boundary, it's going to lose some of that storm food, and it appears to be kind of right there at that boundary, or maybe just north of it.
It's just now crossed onto the cool side of the boundary. So really it has two things working against it. It's moved into that cooler air, and also just the natural progression of supercell thunderstorms. What happens is you get areas of rotation that pull the colder and wet air from the front of the storm back around the backside. We call this the rear flank downdraft. And when that comes through, it can cut off the circulation. Now, if it's still in the warm sector, it can then produce a new circulation as well. That downdraft kind of acts as a secondary cold front that can start new circulation. In this case, because it's in that stable air, it can't do that. And in fact, getting word from the Weather Service now, they are going to go ahead and cancel this tornado warning, because that circulation now in the last radar scan or two has really just become non-existent. So a lot of things working against this storm now. It's going to continue to weaken as it moves to the northeast.
We do have to caution, if they're going to let this expire in terms of the tornado warning, we're still going to get winds, hail, maybe.
Yeah, again, the hail potential really decreasing pretty rapidly with this as well. I wouldn't completely rule out a little bit of quarter-sized hail again right around Laverne, but to be honest, even that potential has decreased dramatically here in the last couple of minutes, and the threats for strong winds decreasing as well, because the air near the ground under this storm already very cool and stable. So the cold air falling out of this storm, which usually spreads out and gives us our gusty winds, that won't be as much of an issue either, because it can't fall from the storm as quickly. So that risk also very minimal now as this continues to move into that cooler air.
Yeah, we were the last temperature check in Murfreesboro was 81, and up in the Smyrna area, the airport reporting 68. I don't know if that's actually necessarily correct, but there has been some cooling in the north end of the county. So, all right.
Yeah, I'm showing 66 at Smyrna right now. So, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm 69 at 840 in Murfreesboro Road.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good to know. So,
somewhere south of me.
Okay. So good news. So,
cool sector, and I would say rapidly losing its any tornado potential that it had left.
Very good. Ray, anything else to pass along? I mean, we still got a storm threat. I mean, we're going to have storms back to the south and west we've got to watch today.
Yeah, we're still under that tornado watch, and we do still have storms that are closer to that warm sector, really riding along the boundary back in Lewis and Maury counties. Those will bear watching as they move our direction. Of course, the cold front is gradually going to push across the area here this evening, and that will kind of shift that area of more favorable activity out of our area. But over the next hour or two, these storms back to the southwest do bear watching for further development. They're not having a lot of success just yet, but we'll need to keep an eye on them.
Very good. Meteorologist Ray Miller with us. We've got meteorologist Justin Bailey, Brian Bailey here, and taking a shot from the TDOT camera at Veterans. And for those of you who are watching on the video channel, and we could see, a few moments ago, look at the change in this storm. So right now at this point, I think since there is no warning, we're going to step back from radio, and we will just let you know the storm is coming into Laverne. This may exacerbate some of the flood situation going on there. Flood warning, flash flood warning continues for almost another 2 hours from Smyrna to Laverne, basically because of those couple of storms from last night and then what's coming today. So if you're on the Rutherford Weather Channel on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, hang in with us. We're going to return to regular programming on WGNS. And we're going to get to that here in just a moment. So hang tight. It's going to take me just a second. You may see a screen flash or two here. So again, just to reiterate, tornado warning is no longer. Thankfully, bye-bye, see ya. So currently, no warning in effect here in Rutherford County. We are watching storms down out toward Murray County, from Mount Pleasant to Hohenwald down to Waynesboro. All right, so keep all of that in mind. And we are ready to go back to your regularly scheduled programming here on WGNS Murfreesboro, Smyrna. All right, and I think we are back there and in good shape. So we'll keep the radar up here and going, but I see, and kind of the reason for that, and we'll kind of step back and you'll just see the radar, a few things there. I think it's a good moment for us to take a pause, kind of keep up with the storms to the southwest. As long as we're going, you can pop back in and out and check in. But I think we're going to leave the radar up and going and looping here for you for a few moments. So this is kind of the view that you will see. We are seeing some downtown Murfreesboro power outages. Let me just do a quick check on that before we send you back, or we just kind of step back from being here in front, talking, that kind of thing, and just let you see the general radar. Don't want to overly alarm for something that is now just a thunderstorm, but man, did it really rapidly de-escalate. In fact, Chrissy Hurley, she is the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Nashville. Her quote on chat was, "Some of these are insane, dare I say beautiful." That was one comment. And then a little later on, I think the comment was, let me see, because it was pretty funny. That was the comment afterward. A lot of photos coming in. That was a few intense moments. And because of all of the reports and photos, what we were sending with Justin and Bryan out in the field, you were able to see the storm structure. It definitely should have been tornado warned at that point. But as we saw the radar scans, we were giving you that information, and hopefully you felt kind of the de-escalation in things as we went along. So that's kind of what we want to do. Rutherford County, hyper-focused. That's where we're going to be, looking at what's going on here between the 618 square miles of Rutherford County here for you. Few little showers, maybe a rumble of thunder in just north of Smyrna in Laverne, Fate Sanders Marina. That's what's going on right now. I know when I got sidetracked there. So we're talking about Middle Tennessee Electric. Just trying to give you the total number of outages, and it's 2. So the 2 dots, it could be 1 to 50, and the 2 dots is 2. So it's not a huge outage whatsoever. Where are those located? Bell Street and Jones Boulevard. So the northernmost is Jones Boulevard. Southernmost is Bell Street. I would say that's a tree limb down. Okay. So there you go. Brian, Justin, I can leave this going here for you. And if you see something that warrants concern, pop back on. But I'm going to kind of step back here a little bit so folks can take a big deep sigh of relief. I am going to move the radar a little further over, and we'll send it here a few frames. And we'll just let you watch the storm motion, and we'll pop in with updates as they warrant as you're watching the Rutherford Weather Channel. So I'm popping back in. Nothing really has changed. Just wanted to answer a few of your questions here in chat. And the latest, how we looking? Looking okay right now. Just curious, temperature sensor that is on the screen says 67. And I think we probably have last hour's reading in Murfreesboro, which was 81. So you can see that we've definitely cooled here. And at Smyrna, it's reading 68. That says 2:56, but I'm not so sure that that's not, that time was not updated for Central Daylight Time. Don't know, but see what the National Weather Service website, if it says anything different. That's usually just an hourly. But just trying to answer a few of the questions that you've got out there. We still are under a tornado watch until 10. We'll just have to see about that. Yeah, it's still reporting 81 at the Murfreesboro Airport and 66 at the Smyrna Airport. And that was at 3:56. So while it said 2:56 here, the station apparently has not updated to the correct time. Maybe we'll fix that one day, not have to worry about changing. But anyway, another subject for another day. And this one at Murfreesboro is taken at 4:15. So definitely a little warmer in Murfreesboro than you are in Smyrna. So got to watch for those southern storms as they come through. They're not warned right now. They look like they're tracking a little more to the north, kind of the same path that the storm went between Smyrna and Laverne. If it stays out of that warmer air down here for now, that's okay down here in Murfreesboro. We are having or are seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings and some severe storms coming out of Mississippi and southwestern Middle Tennessee that we're definitely going to have to watch here. So we're going to leave this stream up and running here for the next few as you continue to watch the Rutherford Weather Channel. So give you kind of some of the looks around. This is up in Triune. And here is a look at the beautiful Oakland's Mansion in Murfreesboro. We continue to follow the storms here on Rutherford Weather. Hey, Ray, I'm getting ready to go on radio here. We do have, for those watching on the Weather Channel, we are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We kind of stepped back from radio so that way we weren't just constantly harping on nothing, but now we have a little something to harp on. So one quick moment and we will be on the air and be able to relay this warning. This is for the storm that we've kind of been watching out to the just to the west. So here we go. Moment. I'm going to have control here. I need control. Hold on a second. There we go. And we are on air. There we go. Okay, so we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Meteorologist Ray Miller joining us here as we track this storm as it is coming into the Franklin area. This is one of those storms that we were kind of keeping our eye on, Ray.
It is. It's the storm that was back to the southwest earlier and riding right along that boundary that we talked about during our last update. And this one's going to take a fairly similar course to the last one, moving across central portions of Williamson County, perhaps just a little bit further south than the last one. And like the first one, this is starting off primarily as a hail threat, quarter-sized hail likely. But we are already with this one as well, seeing a little bit of weak rotation in the area west of Spring Hill. Not anything that's worthy of a tornado warning just yet. But again, this is right in the neighborhood of that boundary. There is plenty of energy and wind shear available for this storm to strengthen. And we're going to have to continue to watch it very closely as it moves to the northeast. The most likely track for this one, again, just a little bit south of the first storm, likely moving over Thompson Station with the largest hail. The eventual area of potential rotation would be more along the line from Spring Hill over toward the College Grove area, and that large hail would move right along Interstate 840 into the western portion of Rutherford County. So that's our concern. Again, right now, we're just talking about quarter-sized hail, but I would not be a bit surprised if this storm strengthened as well as it moved to the northeast.
Okay, Ray, appreciate the update there. We will keep tabs on it. Looks like Justin Bailey is back with us as well, and we're watching. Second, pull that sound down a little bit. Coming in, the storm coming into Franklin, and I wonder, Justin, if this storm is going to have a similar fate to the storm before. If it gets more into the Smyrna-Laverne area, it's going to quickly lose its punch.
For here, where is that boundary at? When does it cross it? Before it gets to that boundary, it will have some chance at producing a tornado, but otherwise it's going to be a hail threat, heavy rain, and gusty winds. So once they cross that boundary, it's going to fall apart pretty quick.
This does have a tornado possible with it. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Bryan,
Bryan's back down that way in the Spring Hill area. I followed this storm all the way up to Bill France just to do our due diligence covering Rutherford County. And I just let it go. I've turned back around and headed back west on 840.
So if you are watching here, you're seeing that storm structure. Bryan, what do you see with that?
It's kind of acting the same way. It's just right in that warm sector, and it's got a decent wall cloud on it right now, but I don't see nothing crazy as far as rotation. It's severe thunderstorm warning. It's got some hail in it, probably some gusty winds, but it's headed straight for me right now. So I'm just going to kind of watch it real close and see what happens.
And where are you at this point?
I am right there.
Okay. So
Can you see that?
Yeah, just right off of 65,
right off of 840.
Or 840.
Or 65.
65
yeah.
and 840. Okay. Thought I
Yep.
saw 65 there.
Thompson Station, Spring Hill area.
Trying to see if there's any update from the National Weather Service. Carter's Creek Pike. Murray County. It said tornado spotted, but there has been no tornado warning. And I'm sure that if there was one spotted and there was evidence of that, that there would probably be some type of different warning on it. They do have the tornado possible tag. So look at the velocities here for a quick second. And maybe a little something here. But
Can't see like the base. I can just see the wall cloud. So there's a little bit of a hill that rises right here. And I can't see the actual base of it.
It definitely looks like it's ramping up on velocity just a little bit tighter, coming in the west side of Spring Hill.
all right, so we're definitely kind of watching this storm. See if I can get it back up in an area that you can see here with the radar. And there we go. And taking a look at reflectivity, does continue to have that look as all of these storms have, just because there's so much turbulence in the atmosphere. It's got some turn to it as it moves off to the north and east, and still seeing maybe a little bit there on velocity. Just check one other thing here just to see. It's pretty noisy. So why don't we track this storm out, see how fast she is moving. And this is 60 miles per hour to the northeast. It's been interesting to see that these storms have had all kinds of different forward motions. And then we'll kind of give you a heads up here. I'm wondering if it's a little more northeast, kind of just like our last storm. But this one does look like maybe it is moving a little further. Not north or northeast, but northeast. So kind of track it that way.
To the left as it fell apart.
But as this one's scooting here at 60, and may have an update to the warning here. Weather radio's going off. Amaville 26 minutes, Rocky Fork 27, Blackman 31, Smyrna 32, Laverne 32, Sandhill 33, Murfreesboro 35. If it continues on out, it would be Leanna in about an hour, about 35, 36 minutes, Mona, Suggs Creek in that area. This may be, it's a, I don't want to say just a flash flood warning, but because that is becoming a real problem in some areas. Interesting that we're starting to see some of the storms on the north end of that boundary trying to get going too.
Yeah. They're able to pick into.
And that kind of
Hey,
just,
Brian, what is your temperature out there?
so
I'm 69 right here,
69. Okay.
which is that's plenty for anything to develop.
Yeah, but that the warmer side of that, I mean, Shelbyville's 81. And
Yeah.
this is an old reading here, but this is downtown Murfreesboro at the airport. It's reading 81, but up in Smyrna, it's 66. So it kind of, and I sent you guys a picture that they sent out from the National Weather Service, and but they're showing the boundary right there between Murfreesboro and Smyrna. And it's a difference in warm, muggy air and maybe still muggy, but cooler temperatures, obviously. So got
Right.
some reports of 2.5-inch hail with this storm.
Right over our heads. That right here at the surface, there's going to be a near surface stable air from 840, pretty much 840 north.
So gave you a heads up for some of the areas. This storm is back in Thompson Station, Spring Hill. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. But in the environment that we have and have had, we've seen these storms quickly pulse up. We had we were just talking about, this is a severe thunderstorm. and then all of a sudden we got the tornado warning. So we want to be here so you kind of know the storm is pulsed up, it's pulsed down, whatnot. But this severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag, and all that means is they're seeing the rotation. Is that rotation coming all the way to the ground? And you can see, if you're watching on the Rutherford Weather video channel, the evidence of that. And Brian, I can see that there's definitely some motion in that base.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's kind of shifted a little bit more into right here. I thought it was over here, but now that I'm looking at my radar, it's right there. And I mean, those clouds are low.
They are low. Let me see. We have had a little bit of luck today with the TDOT camera. And this is going to be looking in that direction, but not as good of a picture as we've got here with Brian's shot. And those are scary looking clouds, but right now, hopefully just scary and not reaching the ground. If you can see through that shot, you can't really see the ground because of kind of a tree line, maybe a little hill and rising there. Let's see. Just now reported near the intersection of Highway 50 and Highway 43 in Murray County. And it's a photo of the same storm that we're on with those scary looking dangly clouds. So to your left, where there's a little clearing, Brian, is that maybe the storm sucking in? Do you see that that's where maybe we have a little storm motion there, or is that just dangly bits?
I think it's just a little bit of scud. I think the main, if there is circulation, would be right in there.
Okay. You've been on a lot of chases looking at storms and things of that nature. This is definitely one of those that could produce. I mean, it's showing signs.
I mean, that's the case with any storm today or with the past 2 days, and probably going to be the next 2 or 3 days as well.
Yeah.
And our environment is just very, very primed for rotating supercells. Yeah, I mean, if you look, I don't know how well you can see this on your screen. Those clouds are actually moving that way.
Okay.
And this whole entire bowl is moving straight at me right now.
So the storm is kind of sucking in those clouds from your right to left and around. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a textbook wall cloud, if I've ever seen one, just like the last storm.
Well, definitely keeping an eye out here.
Reflectivity, like it might have crossed that boundary already. Those last couple of scans both look considerably weaker.
Yeah. I mean, we're real close to that boundary, so
yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it.
So here is kind of I'm going to shorten the loop here. And so, yeah, it almost looks like it's being pulled into itself. Crossing right over 840, just to the west of Thompson Station. Sure. Okay. So you can see in Bryan's shot looking to the north, and this is going to come right at him there, or maybe pass just in front for sure. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for North Rutherford County, and it will continue for the next 19 minutes. We'll see what happens with it here in the next 15, 20 minutes. We'll see if the National Weather Service takes a step back from the tornado possible tag. They have just reissued or continuation of this severe thunderstorm warning, which will take it into parts of Williamson. It's in Williamson now, maybe parts of Davidson County. The line
I'm going to head east just a little bit.
Okay. So Bryan is headed a little east, I think, what he said there. So we'll continue to follow his picture there and just pop back on with anything you've got there, Bryan. And Brian Bailey and Justin Bailey out, and this storm is making its way really in a very similar area, Laverne, Smyrna. This warning polygon goes as far south as, well, just south of Blackman toward Thompson Lane, MMC, West Lawn. It's really the northern corner of the county that we're concerned about. So as you see this, let me kind of do a little telestrating. So here is Rutherford County. Here's our polygon. So if you're watching, you see yourself in this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. You want to be inside and away from windows for sure. This thing did have some hail with it, pretty good size. For those listening here, we're looking at Rock Springs Elementary, Laverne High School, up toward really all of Laverne, Four Corners, Fate Sanders. It's going to cross over into parts of Davidson County as well. A small part of Davidson County, just north of Laverne. And we'll see what happens with the storm even further on out. But it is still definitely losing some of its structure there, Justin.
It is worth noting there's a tornado warning in northeast Mississippi, northwest Alabama, moving into southwestern parts of Middle Tennessee. And that's going to be taking a much more southerly route and be staying in that warm, unstable air for a much more considerable amount of time.
Yes, indeed. And so that's something we'll have to continue to watch. That's about 60 miles an hour. I didn't mean to pull that up. And kind of give you a distance from that to Rutherford County, moving northeast. We're talking about 110 miles.
I'm probably going to head down towards Lewisburg and prepare to intercept that one.
Okay. Very good.
And track that as it comes back into the county.
Sounds good. Meteorologist Justin Bailey with us here as we continue to follow the storms here in Rutherford County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is in effect here for the next few minutes. The storm showed some strength. You could actually see the video. You can see Bryan there kind of on the move, but it's definitely kind of going through a weakening phase. It does appear just like our last storm. And meteorologist Ray Miller has popped in here. And Ray, we were just kind of chatting about this storm a few scans ago. Looked like it was pretty healthy and had a tornado possible tag, and it still does, but it does not look as healthy as it once did as it comes in toward Franklin.
That's right, and it may have just slid north of that boundary we've been talking about in terms of the temperature difference here, where it looks like it may now be sliding into that cooler air as well and rapidly losing its intensity. The hail signature certainly has dropped off. Our latest hail numbers on this are much lower. I can't completely rule out one or two quarter-sized hailstones, but it looks like most of this is going to be hail that is below severe minimums at this time as it moves into the Franklin area. Still watching that weak indication of rotation around the Thompson Station area, but again, as you mentioned, not nearly as impressive as it was just a few radar scans ago, and a continuing downward trend in the intensity with this storm. But still, the warning in effect for western Rutherford County and eastern Williamson County until 5:15 here this evening. And we'll see whether this storm can kind of slide back into that warmer air. But right now, it's not looking great. It looks like it will likely continue to weaken as it moves very much in this similar path to our earlier storm.
So I'm not sure if you can see my screen here, but we were just talking about down coming out of Mississippi into just south of Savannah. There is a tornado warning. And if that storm, it's going to have longer in that warmer air. So definitely something downstream. It's 100 plus miles away, but something to keep an eye on since we are under a tornado watch until 10.
It is something to keep an eye on, as well as the storms north of that tornado warned storm, although that would be the one that would have the most interest in terms of tornado potential here over the next hour or two. As you mentioned, it is still a long way off. And by the time it gets far enough east to affect us, it may be a little too far south. It's not moving on quite the same northeast trajectory that our storms are. It has a little bit more of an eastward component to it. And so that would take it perhaps more into Marshall and Bedford County eventually than into Williamson and Rutherford County. But it is going to be close enough. We'll have to keep an eye on it. As you mentioned, that tornado watch still in effect. Conditions still very favorable, again, within that warm sector ahead of this front for the potential of additional storms and additional tornadic activity. So it does bear watching.
And every one of these storms, you know, as they're coming into Rutherford County, there's no telling how much hail they've had in Murray County today with all of these storms. And then the storms kind of get above the boundary and lose a bit of steam. So we'll hope that continues, but definitely watching the storms to the southwest, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 13 minutes. And Ray, as always, appreciate the update and insight.
My pleasure. We'll be in touch.
Sounds good. Meteorologist Ray Miller joining here as we continue our Rutherford weather coverage, taking a look at day 2 of really a 4-day weather event. It does appear that tomorrow is a much lower chance of storms than today and Saturday. Saturday is when we're finally going to get all of those storms in and cooler air behind it, but we've got to get there. Tornado watch until 10. You can see above me Brian Bailey driving toward this storm as he's watching the one going up toward Franklin that is now moving a little bit more northeast. It was moving kind of northeast and now east. So we're probably going to get some rain and storms here in Smyrna and Laverne, but by the time it gets there, how angry will it be? And then Justin was mentioning he's going to drop down maybe toward Chapel Hill and Lewisburg and watch the big storm that is south and east of Savannah, as it may have a little more southerly track than the storms that have come before. But Ray was mentioning that it's maybe moving a little more east than northeast. Still getting some impressive photos. This was taken at about 4:10, so it was with that first storm, Clovercroft Road, so that was in Williamson County, and that was with our tornado warned storm. Might have definitely seen some may have seen that storm reach the ground in a couple of places.
Hey, Brian, this storm headed towards Nolensville, Laverne area actually recently seems to be a little more invigorated again. It's kind of pulsed back up.
Thanks for bringing the attention to that. This storm does have a tornado possible tag, so we're kind of looking at that. This is velocity, which means winds going to and from the radar. The radar is up in Old Hickory. And definitely seeing some winds blowing in different directions. Justin was mentioning maybe a little tightening up there in toward Nolensville. This will carry it somewhere between Laverne and Smyrna in that area, and we'll see if they continue this severe thunderstorm warning or what will happen there. So the reason that we're on radio here for severe thunderstorm warning, it's 5:05. WGNS Murfreesboro, Smyrna, FM 101.9, AM 1450 Murfreesboro, 100.5 in Smyrna. We're following this severe thunderstorm warning. These severe thunderstorms have prompted some tornado warnings. The one that is currently set to expire here in just a few actually has a tornado possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning. Had some hail as well. Not as much reported here in Rutherford County. And definitely seeing some areas where we might have some concern with this storm. But it is still in Wilson County right now. headed up toward Nolensville, which will then take it up to maybe toward Rock Springs, Stone Ridge, Laverne High School. Only 9 more minutes left on this warning, and we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do. And just as I say that, they are going to let the Williamson County severe expire in 10 minutes. So by the time that storm gets to the Rutherford County border, well, they're saying the Williamson County severe. Let me ask a question about that real quick. I'm asking National Weather Service chat. We're in communication with the National Weather Service directly and have a means to have conversation, which is very nice. I want to make sure that that's the Williamson, Rutherford County, Davidson County severe, or is it just the Williamson County part? Because it will be 10 minutes or 7 minutes now. Will that be reissued further downstream? So we'll wait for an answer there. Tracking more severe weather. Of course, the tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. Currently on the smorgasbord around the southeastern portion of the United States. You've got 4 tornado warnings, 1 observed. They're not here imminently in Middle Tennessee. And the storm down in just south of Savannah is radar indicated, so it's not one of the observed. Let's see what the reply is. I'm sorry, Williamson, Rutherford. Okay, so they are going to let this warning expire here in 7 minutes. So that gives us the opportunity to remind you we're going to hang out here on the Rutherford Weather video channel. But in terms of our radio coverage, we are going to go back to our regular programming. And that would be Connor back at the station. I will let you kind of take over here. I know we're going to be talking with our sports show. We'll kind of start that a little late. Just let it run past the top of the hour. And if we need to break in, I'll kind of be in contact with you. But I'm going to let you handle the controls. And that will complete our Rutherford weather coverage of this severe thunderstorm warning on radio. Again, if you want to continue to follow the weather, you can check the Rutherford Weather video channels, Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. And we're going to keep an eye on the storms, and we'll pop back in with any warnings on radio for sure. I'm Brian Barrett for meteorologist Justin Bailey, Brian Bailey as well, and Ray Miller here from Rutherford Weather. And we are clear from radio. It's much nicer when there's someone there to do all of the things that I'm trying to do here behind the scenes, pushing buttons and blinky things.
See, somebody's in the hook.
Who would that be? That's the place you want to be, not. He's done this thousands of times. I'm always the one that's running away. Get out of there, you know. But these crazy Bailey boys here running into the storms. What are you talking about? Must be a Bailey thing. I don't know. This storm is not going to make it into Rutherford County before that warning expires here. So still some maybe broad rotations here. We are working on trying to bring our chat onto the screen here, a little behind the scenes. Could type it would be better. Okay. Sending that to the National Weather Service. Didn't want her to just think I was questioning. I just wanted to make sure we knew for sure before breaking away. You got something there, Justin?
Just these pieces, every single one of these lowerings is like hilltop high. Maybe not even like these clouds are touching the hills.
Yeah, that's the kind of what they were saying back in Williamson County, that that the cloud base touched the ground, but there was no debris. So it makes you wonder if that lowering just really didn't have a lot of punch, but was still kind of coming down. I guess if it was touching the ground, you have to consider that a tornado, but no debris. That was one of the earlier reports from the National Weather Service. So we'll kind of do our step back here a little bit, refresh, get a little more water, also take care of releasing water. It's kind of that, you take in, you have to, yeah. So we'll kind of do the step back. We're going to leave the radar going. We'll be able to pop right back in just like we did last time, and stay with us here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. So, for those still with us here watching on the Rutherford Weather Channel, we have got storms to the southwest. The National Weather Service did just mention that they are watching these storms back in Perry County, which is down here in Linden. Kind of like got a little bow feature with that right here. But what they are watching for is, they say it also has some broad rotation with it as well, and they're keeping an eye. So that would be right here, the darker greens and the lighter colors. And the reason I bring that to your attention is that is yet another storm. It's not even severe warned right now, I don't think. I guess it is, yeah. It may take it a little too far to the north, but there's the whole complex here. See, there's no longer a tornado warning down there on that lower storm, so that's kind of promising. Let's see, 45 miles an hour for that one. This storm is 55. So maybe we split the difference and do a little storm track on the whole thing. So from here to here to here. And if it's going to the northeast at 55. Try that again. I'll get the hang of this one day. It's not easy to use, I'll tell you that. 55, we'll see how long before it could impact Rutherford County. I'd have to go way down the list. There's Columbia in 43 minutes. Keep on scrolling. 68 minutes, Eagleville. So a little bit at the heads up there. Rockvale, 76 minutes. 78, Laverne. Smyrna, about 80. Murfreesboro, 83. Christiana, about the same. Crescent. Jefferson Springs, Leanna, Mona. That's for this whole complex. It doesn't mean that this is exactly when you're going to get storms. Just trying to give you an idea of how far out they are. And they did just pop a tornado warning on that Waynesboro storm. Lewis, Wayne, and Lawrence. Storm looking better and better, they say. Just in a very favorable environment. How far east is that environment? Just stepped outside here a few minutes ago and definitely felt different than it did the last time I stepped out. I looked at my thermometer on the back porch and it said 60. So that boundary may have sagged a little to the south here in North Murfreesboro. See what the Murfreesboro Airport still hasn't updated from 3:15. See if it's updated on the National Weather Service website. And 68 at the Murfreesboro Airport. 66 in Smyrna. So it definitely has cooled us off here. Dew point is 63. Still, that's pretty healthy, but I don't think in the cooler air we're going to see the roughest part of these storms. So I am definitely going to keep an eye out for this storm. Now, just because it's 68 at the Murfreesboro Airport, not sure why that hasn't updated, doesn't mean that, from Murfreesboro to the south isn't still in the 80s. Kind of weird. You can drive through the county and feel different temperatures. So, okay. We'll continue to watch it. We'll stay with it here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Keep things going. Thanks to those who are kind of popping on, checking in. We don't cover Rebecca, Clinton County, Ohio. This is Rutherford County, Tennessee. Olivia, Shelbyville still at 81. I can believe it. We were at 81 here at my place when I stepped out once, and then just a second ago, Mine says 60, but it's not in a really good place to get an accurate temperature. But 68 degrees at the Murfreesboro Airport sure makes a difference. All right. We're going to continue to watch down to the southwest and continue our coverage right here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Stay with us. I will briefly mention that they have issued a tornado warning. So now we have 2 tornado warnings, one for that storm between Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg, and the other just east of Parsons. Those storms are moving to the northeast, and our storms will have to continue to watch. Radar indicated, I believe. You just pop in here. Radar indicated and 3/4 inch hail. So that's penny size hail. Southern storm about the same. Radar indicated and 3/4 inch hail. Lawrenceburg saying tornado on the ground in Wayne County. It's that southernmost storm that we have been very, very interested in there. So we'll keep watching here, keeping a close eye. Here from Rutherford Weather. Stay with us. So the tornado warning is now observed, and Jess was taking a look at some of the cameras down in that direction. We can't show you those cameras. But this is an observed tornado down between Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg. So we have really got to watch this storm. If this storm is moving to the northeast, this could be a storm that clips maybe our southernmost counties in the areas that have been impacted by storms, not here this week, but down in Christiana, the southern end of the county. Not saying that that's exactly what's going to happen, but the storm is 76 miles away. It would be, well, this storm is traveling at 60 miles an hour, so you can kind of do the math. It doesn't have to take roads. It'll take the straight point here. But talking over an hour. This storm is going to stay in that southern end and going to be able to tap into that warm, moist air. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that storm. The northernmost storm is still radar indicated rotation, and it's going to be moving into a less favorable area, kind of like before, but we may get severe thunderstorm warning out of it. So we're continuing to watch things here from the Rutherford Weather Channel. Stay with us. Okay, a bit of an update here. Both of these tornado warnings that are to the west are radar indicated right now. This is now issued for Murray County. Continuing the tornado warning for Hickman, Dixon, Williamson, and Murray. It's going to take it a minute to get here. It's western parts of Williamson and Murray on its current track. And let me just check that. That is going to be moving east at 45. Not northeast, but moving east. Give you that storm motion again. It sure looks like it's moving east, northeast, but maybe we'll just kind of track it out here. Let's to see how fast. 45. So we've got two storms, maybe a north end hit here in terms of some severe weather. Then a south end, there's another little storm that popped up near Franklin. So we'll see how that is affected. NOAA weather radios may be going off. This is for the tornado warnings. All right, so let's pull it on out here. They said east, didn't they? So I'm going to take it east, a little north of east, of due east. And this could be a problem for Rutherford County in an hour. Amaville, Rocky Fork in an hour, Laverne, Wendrow, Smyrna a little over an hour, 65 minutes. Blackman, Wade, Hales Camp overall. Then on to Rule Hill, Leanna in 70 minutes. Now, that doesn't mean that this is going to be a tornado. It's a tornado warned storm. Doesn't mean that it's not going to do what some of the other storms have done and lost their punch by the time they get here. And for me, I think that it's this southernmost storm that bears the most watching, because I think we've gotten a little further down into Rutherford County, that cooler air, but I think the south end has still got that warm, moist air pumping in. I mean, it's 81 in Shelbyville. It's probably still in the 80s there in the south end of town. And if anybody is watching from there, you can let me know here in chat. So this storm is moving northeast at 40. So this one's going, the first storm was going east. This one is going northeast. So as we track it to the north and east, it's going to kind of give us a little margin of error here. And I had forgotten the speed, but I think it was 40. That's going to mean maybe Eagleville, 80 minutes. Rover, about the same. Midland, 88. Link, Deason, about an hour and a half. Rockvale, maybe. Christiana, maybe an hour and a half. So these are the two storms that have our attention. Both are tornado warned right now. The tornado ongoing in Lawrence County from the National Weather Service. Still saying radar indicated, but the National Weather Service hearing reports of tornado ongoing Lawrence County. Heads up in Columbia, because they have mule days going on down in Columbia. Here's Columbia. And again, that storm is rising up there to the north and east. So let's once again take it northeast. Could be Columbia, Eagleville, Rockvale. Maybe an eerily similar track to May 8th last year. That doesn't mean that there's going to be a tornado. It doesn't mean that it'll even be a severe thunderstorm by the time it gets here. I do think the conditions are a little more favorable. Equals 73 minutes. I mean, it's about what I showed you a moment ago. So that storm has our attention. So does the one to the north. We're continuing to watch. We're kind of in a wait and see pattern here. Not to overly alarm, but just coming on to let you know that we're definitely watching. I mean, if you're looking at the radar and you see two red polygons flashing headed this way, because the storms are moving to the northeast. So I just wanted to let you know that we're watching it. We'll continue to watch it. Let's see. Some of the chat here. 76 at Franklin Road Estates, Old Fort Parkway. So that is good news. Thanks, Cliff, for that. I feel you, Allie. I hope it's done soon, too. But I think tomorrow will be a better day than Saturday, another stormy day, especially evening and overnight, the way it looks now. Storms keep popping up to the west-southwest. Yes, they do. Echo 24:57. Yeah, still some more storms beginning to pop up just north of Corinth. That's where these tornado warned storms popped up. Storms kind of firing in Florence. Meteorologist Justin Bailey, who has kind of dipped south to try to catch up with these storms and kind of ride them into the county, was mentioning that the time of the day when the sun begins to set, the low-level jet kind of kicks up, and it could help these storms overcome the rain-cooled conditions. But those rain-cooled conditions are kind of far, are north, maybe north Murfreesboro, from Siegel up towards Smyrna and Laverne, but maybe not south. And especially since we get a report from Cliff of 79 at Franklin Road Estates and Old Fort Parkway. So that's kind of where that boundary is. Definitely got to watch it by, the next 45 minutes is in Columbia. That's when we'll kind of start really looking at it to give you plenty of warn time if it remains at strength. All right. Big deep breaths. We are going to make it through here. Stay with the Rutherford Weather Channel. National Weather Service is going with upgraded radar confirmed tornado in the Lawrence County storm. So that's the one that's coming up towards Summertown. Will soon be into Murray County. Could soon be our problem. So this is coming out right now at 6:11 that this will be a tornado warning radar confirmed. So we're keeping an eye out. If you're going to grab a little bite to eat before this comes into the county, you might want to do that now. That's kind of what we're doing here. So stay with us. We're continuing to watch things here on the Rutherford Weather Channel.
Brian, you got audio? I can't hear anything.
Yes. Can you hear me
Okay.
now? Okay.
I don't know if we were or not.
Yeah, trying to get ready to break in here. So.
Yeah.
Now, a Rutherford weather storm alert.
Okay, friends, welcome back as we continue tracking storms, joined by meteorologist Justin Bailey, and we're back on radio as well. We've been continuing on the Rutherford Weather Channel at 621, and the reason by coming back a little bit for the escalation here is tornado warnings are just to our southwest. Mount Pleasant, just south of Mount Pleasant. Unfortunately, this is going to come very near the campgrounds where Mule Day is happening in Columbia. And this is a confirmed or observed tornado. There has been confirmation of that. And this is radar confirmed as well, as we've seen a lowering in the correlation coefficient, or what's raindrops, what's hail, what's maybe something else. So, Justin, this storm is one that, I think they're going to let that northernmost tornado warning, which I was wondering about that, as it goes into Nashville, is going to be severe warned, and it's going to take it into just a small sliver of Rutherford County. That could be a north end problem, but down here, this bad boy between just south of Mount Pleasant and Summertown is a problem.
We met up with my brother, Brian Bailey, and we are now riding together. Just came through Shelbyville, and it was 69 degrees when we left Murfreesboro, and now we are 82 degrees. So there's plenty of juice down this way. Southern parts of Rutherford County still were in the 80s.
Well, that is important to note as the storm comes in. So you observed, south of Murfreesboro, where this storm could be moving in that direction, that there are much warmer temperatures. It's like 60 in the Siegel area. So
Yeah.
The Murfreesboro Airport.
Yeah, we're definitely this one having a lot more of that tornado juice to work with.
Yes. No one likes tornado juice. 68 and at the Murfreesboro Airport. So that doesn't mean that this couldn't overcome. You and I were having a bit of a conversation as well via text about the possibility of, as the sun sets here, you have the low-level jet kick in. Maybe explain what that phenomenon can do when you have ongoing severe storms.
Well, the jet can eject that warm, moist air, pull it back northward a little bit more, and help expand the warm sector, and also induces more spin and more energy into the atmosphere for these storms to latch onto.
So those are some of the things that we're kind of watching here as we've kind of ramped up our coverage just a bit. And boy, I don't know if you guys are looking at the structure on this storm, but it looks like a beast with a big hail core in Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant's going to get a lot of hail in that area as it comes forward. But that hook echo where you've got the inflow coming in, it's just east of Summertown and getting close to Screamer right now. And this storm, which is an observed tornado, it is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So let's just kind of do a track.
So it's going a little slower than some of those earlier storms were, which tells me it's rooted and rotating harder.
Kind of explain what you mean by that. It's the other storm
Rooted,
moving in the 60s, and this one maybe moving in the 40s. That means it's kind of out to its own.
Yeah, around to their own too. But the fact that it's moving a little slower tells me it's feeling more friction from the surface, and it's probably spinning harder, which is preventing it from just getting pushed by the upper level winds in the atmosphere.
So I did kind of a storm track on the the very northern part. This doesn't mean that this is maybe where a tornado could be coming through. This is the hail core, and this is actually just updated a little bit. So I'm going to give you some approximate times that'll be different from what you see there. But Eagleville, I would say in the next 35 to 40 minutes. Rover, let's say 40 minutes. I'm going to take 5 minutes off here. Versailles in about 40 minutes. Windrow, about 43. Rockvale, about 45 minutes. Midland, about 45 minutes or 50 minutes. Overall, about 55. Crescent, 55. Christiana, about the same. And Barfield, downtown Murfreesboro, northern half, about an hour from now. So that's why we're on, giving you a big heads up. Just in this area that I have plotted here on a track, almost 250,000 people. So a very highly populated area. And Justin, this storm too is kind of has a track maybe similar to that May 8th storm. I know the southern end of the county was affected. It kind of went in through Eagleville. In Columbia, tornado touchdown. I think it was an EF3 by the time it got to Eagleville, maybe some wind damage. And then there was EF0, EF1 damage as it went into the Christiana area. It caused a lot of flooding. We had some hail. So this is kind of a similar track. So if you remember that storm, this is the part of the county that we're talking about. Let's see here. Looking north of New Hope. Or maybe a tornado there. And again, this is warned from Murray County. Storm movement definitely coming into Columbia where Mule Day is going on. What have you got there, Justin?
To see some of the structure on the storm off in the distance.
Okay.
Just wanted to give you that bit. We're starting to get closer to it, close enough we can start to see it.
Very good. So let me readjust the shot here a little bit for you. I'm going to figure out a little bit better way to do this in the future, but for now, you'll just have to watch the down and dirty behind the scenes of what's kind of going on as we try to get this in the box where we can see what Justin is saying, but it is kind of large on the screen. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to get that in there, but I'll do my best here. And we'll go full screen. I can see what he's saying, and so if I see anything, we'll take it full here too. So what you're seeing are the right above my head here is a box that's got kind of the sky conditions as Justin is seeing them coming back into this storm, and definitely as a hook, it is radar observed. There has been some debris lofted up into the air. It's been seen on radar. No damage report so far in Lawrence County. This then went from Lawrence County into Murray County. Guess who's next up? Well, it's going to be eastern portions of Murray County, southeastern portions of Williamson County and southwestern corner of Rutherford County here in the next hour. That's why we're on. This is a super charged environment. We've been talking about it for several days. We tracked storms for 5.5 hours this morning, thankfully. As the storms kind of got hit here into Rutherford County, they behaved themselves. Some warnings just to the west, traveled further north. We did have some storms come through Laverne and Smyrna, had a tornado warning at one point. This storm is definitely headed for the southern half of Rutherford County. Then it would take it on into the eastern portion of the county, Christiana, Kittrell, Reedyville. So this is a big heads up. If it holds together, we're just trying to give you as much lead time as possible with the storms here. Looking for any further information. So if you want to hit us up on chat, wherever you're watching, on our social channels, we're working on a way that maybe you can submit photos and such like that safely, obviously. Just want to make sure everything is copacetic, all the settings. If you're out there watching on one of the channels, say hello and let us know what's going on. We've been going here for about 3 hours. Let's see here. I think, now see some of my X post. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew says, so do you think southern Murfreesboro, Christiana isn't going to be good? We don't know how angry this storm is going to be when it gets here, but we know that this has been on the ground for several counties. Even west of Lawrenceburg, through Lawrence County, through Summertown. I guess it really kind of started in Wayne County to Lawrence County, now moving to the northeast into Murray County. It will then be northern Marshall, southern Williamson, early heads up there, eastern Murray, and southwestern corner of Rutherford County. So really, I would think if you live along and south of the downtown area, so you have Highway 96 cutting through Murfreesboro. The Murfreesboro Airport is not, as the crow flies, just a little north of the Murfreesboro Airport. And we know that we have 60s at the Murfreesboro Airport and 80s just to the south. So I would say if you step out the door and you feel that it's still in the 80s, or you've got a temperature sensor and it says you're in the 80s, this is where the environment would be conducive for a storm to come in and continue to be strong. Getting a radar update here. They're continuing the tornado warning. It still has the observed tag. So this is an early heads up for southern Rutherford County. And for those who are listening on radio, if you're driving around and about, listening on the radio, or listening on the radio at home, wherever you might be, FM 101.9, AM 1450 Murfreesboro, 100.5 Smyrna, and WGNSradio.com streaming there. We're on the Rutherford Weather video channels, Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch. So now is the time in the southern portion of the county. Your heads up. Know where you're going to go if you're placed under a warning. There's no guarantee, but we are tracking this storm and it has been strong. So know where to go. Where would you go? The lowest level possible. So if you live in an apartment, I saw some people commenting on the Facebook thread last night that I didn't get to and see. We're trying to work on some improvements for that. So, but if you asking about, well, I live on a second floor apartment. Well, now's the time, since you've got some time, to take a look at, well, where can I go? Downstairs? Is there a manager's office? Do you know a neighbor downstairs on the lowest level? That's where you'll want to be. Lowest level, center of the building. Put as many walls between you and the outside. If this storm comes in as a tornado warning, those are the precautions that you need to be ready to take. I'm going to take Justin's shot full here. And we're looking into the
Just
storm.
to update you, we are on US Highway 64, about halfway between Shelbyville and Lewisburg,
Okay.
headed west towards Lewisburg.
Headed west, and then I guess you're going to head to the north at some point.
Yeah, we'll head north towards Chapel Hill once we get that direction.
Gotcha. Yep.
Probably,
So in Bedford County there, they have National Weather Service saying, man, the storm really trying to get it together in southern Murray. Take shelter, Cullioca. There's a bit of a right hand or a right turn happening with the storm. Let me put it into motion here. Going to take radar full screen here for you, and we'll put it into motion. So a right-hand turn means that storm motion is maybe getting a bit stronger, is what the indication here is from that particular report from the National Weather Service 2 minutes ago. Utility system back in Lawrence County, 161 customers without power, trees down, coincides with the reported power outages. Severe thunderstorm warning for that northern storm that we were watching, Davidson and Williamson. While we have a second, let's take a peek there. And Smyrna, Laverne, you are going to get in on some of this southern flank of the storm, but that portion of the storm is not warned. This is, there were 3 storms, 2 very dominant, a northern storm and a southern storm, and then right in the middle, there was more development, but that has now been ingested in the northern storm, going right around that boundary. And so this southern storm definitely moving to the north and east by itself, has lots of warm, juicy air coming in through. This is Rutherford County right here. Didn't mean to exclude our friends down in Eagleville. I have not been, I need a square, maybe more than a circle. I may work on that. Have to get it so far back, but within that circle is Rutherford County. And to the south and west is that storm that is definitely wrapping up. So we're going to go take a look at it, but I wanted you to see where we are in relation, Rutherford County to the storm. Before we do go there, I'm going to stop the motion real quick. And from the center of that circulation, traveling to the northeast, it's about 30 miles away. Leading edge of that storm, which will travel maybe a little further north of that, less than that, obviously. So let me, so the first of the rain and maybe the hail coming in from Eagleville, 10 miles, give or take. So we're going to see some impacts before the possible tornadic part of this storm. So now is the time, as we're giving you ample warning here, southern Rutherford County. We'll see if the National Weather Service puts us within the warning. If the storm continues the intensity, I don't think there's much doubt. But as the storm continues to move to the north and east, we'll just have to see. Kind of looking at some of the structure here. We've talked about, you know, these storms ingest the warm, moist air. Well, and you can see where that's happening on this storm on the latest radar scan. It's kind of a V right there. And if I were to draw for you this supercell thunderstorm, kind of goes like this, right? And then that's the big cloud around it. So we're seeing a tail, but also that inflow right there. Hopefully that helps you to see some of the things that we look at. Another one of the products we look at is the velocity. That's winds to and from the radar. And Thompson Station 40 minutes ago. That's on that northern storm. But man, that northern storm was definitely on the ground too, it looks like. From meteorologist in charge, National Weather Service, Nashville, Chrissy Hurley. Meso-analysis of the tornado-warned storm. Notable lightning jump with the storm now coming into Murray County. This was just a couple of minutes ago. Also notable meso at 10 feet or so into the southwestern low level, and really driving the storm to be a bit more right as it continues northeast. This would help it stay on the favorable side of the boundary, which is what we've been talking about, which already looks to have oriented itself favorably with the motion of the storm. In other words, the storm does not want to die by crossing the boundary. It's going to ride along the boundary and will tend to right move, which is a concern for tornado potential. A little meso-analysis there that helps, and I'm really trying to pass that along so Justin and Bryan can hear that and understand what's going on.
Yeah, thank you for that, Bryan. Does it look like it's making a right turn at all, or is it staying on that northeasterly trajectory?
That's kind of what that discussion was saying right at the beginning of that it could drive the storm to move a bit right. And so I think that's what we're kind of seeing. Let me go back to the reflectivity. I know you guys are watching it on radar too, but yeah. And so this storm is of the size that it doesn't want to be pulled up into that boundary. It wants to stay by itself and stay south of that boundary, I guess would be maybe a way to put it. Got another severe thunderstorm warning going to come out for Wayne County, so that's another storm we may have to follow. Oh, thankfully, good. So the reason we don't immediately show you photos that we don't know where they came from, they send these to the National Weather Service, and they have meteorologists look at them, and here's a case in point. Someone talked about Thompson Station 40 minutes ago. Friend sent it to me. Didn't have definite details. They sent it to someone, emergency management, and 2 people, including the meteorologist in charge at NWS, said definitely a fake. So, I mean, people, why? As scared as everyone is about all of these storms and those that have storm anxiety, we have enough to worry about than having to look for fakes, but I'm glad they are. One comment about lying to the people. Don't know what that's about. We're definitely watching this storm that could make its way into southern Rutherford County. It is on a trajectory for the southern portion of the county. Andrew, thanks for the comment. You were asking earlier about Christiana area, South Murfreesboro, southern portions of the county. Joe B. Jackson and I-24. Man, we have really from that corridor, Eagleville through Rockville, but really from Christiana up toward Kittrell and Reedyville, that's been kind of a target zone not necessarily for this system, but the previous ones, but definitely for this circulation that is coming up through Columbia. Continuing to get in reports as well, damage reports. This from Summertown in Lawrenceburg, possible tornado, reported trees across Chief Creek Road, power flashes and power outages reported. And this is important because the National Weather Service will go out not later this week. Was on the weather briefing today, and they were talking about, hey, we're going to take a bit of a break tomorrow. I think we're going to get a bit of a break here in Middle Tennessee in terms of storms being as severe as they have been, because we know Saturday we've got to watch this front come on through and bring with it the severe weather. But Chrissy Hurley actually did the media briefing and was talking about, they're going to take some time to let some of the staff recoup, because it's been a long week for them, been a long week for you, right? But they're the ones that are keeping us ahead of all these storms, helping us to relay information, and then get geared up for Saturday. So probably won't hear many storm reports, confirmed storm reports in the National Weather Service, or the folks who go out and do those surveys, until next week. So thought we would pass a little bit of that information along to you as well. Looks like Justin is in a parking lot and taking another direction there. So we're watching radar. I'm watching him off to another screen here. ETA for Eagleville and Blackman area of Rutherford County, ? So let me look at that for you, but I will pass along. This is from NWS chat. Rotation fairly broad at the moment as the storm crosses 65. So we can only hope that maybe it's going to start to be on the struggle bus.
There's your pretty good look of it right there, Brian.
Okay, let me take you there. Go full screen with it. And I need to adjust the size of this. Hold on there. Okay. You're going to go there. I'm going to pull it up right about there. And so kind of describe the photo for us for those listening, only listening, but you can see the lowering is just to our left here.
So what you're looking at right here on the left-hand side, no one to focus on my finger, is the northern edge of that hook, and then that is your actual hook there, and then right about here is the lowering or wall cloud.
So that's why they were saying just a moment ago that this wall cloud or this storm may have weakened just a little bit. And when a tornado has maybe even been on the ground for a while, we know that it has been. We have to understand too that these storms go through cycles, don't they, Justin?
They will go through cycles, and it doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as those wall clouds we had up on 840 earlier today. But I know it's one big gulp of warm air away from re-energizing and getting its act back together.
So they have extended the tornado warning. They have moved to a radar indicated tornado. So let's jump back to our radar view here. No, not that one. A second. Got so many seams here. Another thing to watch for. So we're going to go to this full screen with the radar. And this is an extension of that warning, which is going to take it out to Chapel Hill. They're going to keep it outside of Rutherford County, but just to the border down there about Eagleville. So Holt's Corner, if you live in Eagleville, I know you know where Holt's Corner is. Holt's Corner is in the warning polygon. So is Chapel Hill up toward Thick.
there's enough other cells firing up around it and trailing in behind it that could be interfering with it a bit too. Once it it'll either ingest those or develop a new circulation off of those. I think it'll try to produce again.
Well, it's definitely a dominant storm, so it's going to have, it's like you and me arm wrestling. You're going to win, right? So, I mean, this storm's going to be the bigger storm. It's going to win out, kind of the thing.
Yep.
You were quick to agree to that. I'm just kidding.
Hey, now.
It does look like down as between Bryant Station and Culleoka, as it may be trying to kind of come back around here. So definitely keeping an eye on that. Yeah, comment?
It's definitely, those small clouds already better organized than it was just 5 minutes ago too.
Yeah. So
it's bigger, lower, broader.
I think it's recycling.
That was going to be my next question. You heard Brian Bailey in the background there. The Bailey brothers are on the road again. That should be a country song, but they are. You get a little punchy after this many days of it, right? So this is full screen. What we're seeing from Justin and Brian there, and Brian mentioned that it's cycling, and that's kind of what I was leading into the question a moment ago. Storms do have a life cycle, but sometimes they go down in intensity to regain intensity. And Justin mentioned those storms trailing behind could be causing a little bit of an issue with it right now. Culleoka, Bryant Station up toward Middletown. We're actually seeing a couple of areas that could have some rotation. So that might mean the storm trying to wrap back around. So where are you in relation to looking back at this storm? Roughly.
A little bit.
Lewisburg is right there. Right there.
Okay. So that's kind of got a similar look to where we are. Let's go back to radar. Nothing in Rutherford County.
Miles east-southeast of the circulation.
Okay. So we're going to take a look here at the storm on radar. You can definitely see the new warning. Here is, honestly, if you were to be really picky, there is probably on this storm 975 yards that is in the Rutherford County line. So it's right there on the doorstep, coming up toward Eagleville, Mount Vernon. We're seeing some rain in Eagleville now. That's not the storm. The tornado warning goes right up to the county line, Chapel Hill. And again, this may be just a little south of where the May 8th storm came through. We don't know exactly where it's going to go, but it did cross the southern end, the southern third of Rutherford County. So that's why we're on here at, 6:55 to give you plenty of heads up on this storm. It's one of those environments where you don't want to mess around. We've been at this for several days. Well, I guess yesterday and today. It feels like several, but it'll be several days before we're done. Tomorrow, maybe a relaxation of the hyper focus on severe, going to be in other areas. And then as this storm will kind of get itself together and push on through and cause us problems again on Saturday. Let me tell you about the north end of the storm while we have just a second, because there's now a special weather statement for the north end of the county for wind gust up to 40 miles an hour. It does not mention hail, so you're going to have some gusty winds that could blow down some limbs, tree limbs, things of that nature. And this is going to affect parts of the county that have really been hammered with severe winds. Really from the apex of 840 up toward Four Corners Marina, and that includes Laverne and Smyrna, areas along Sam Ridley Parkway, around schools like Rock Springs Elementary, Laverne High, Rocky Fork Elementary, John Coleman Elementary, Laverne Middle School, Lake Forest, Four Corners, just to the east of Fate Sanders. That's for the storm that is no longer severe warned in Nashville as it goes through, but there's kind of a tail that is producing some winds, the lightning picking up there, so I went with the special weather statement there. All right, back to the southernmost storm, and let me look at some of the information here. Seeing some video from Lawrenceburg in the Lawrence County area. And what does that help us do now? That helps us to understand that this storm has had a history of producing a tornado that was very likely on the ground, and it's not one to be messed with. The surface boundary at 6 o'clock has meandered even further south. So let me see if I can see this photo and zoom in here just a little bit. So I'm going to give you a rough estimation of where the National Weather Service says this surface boundary is. I'm going to use my arrow so it will be a straight line. But don't worry about the apex of the arrow, but about right in here is where the National Weather Service believes that boundary is, or was. I think I said 6 o'clock. Yes, 6 o'clock. So let's just assume that it's right there. Well, where is this storm that's coming in from Columbia to Chapel Hill, and we're watching the southern third of the county? That's the area where it's still warm. Justin mentioned a minute ago as he's back on the road again, and we'll take a quick look so you can see that he is definitely trying to keep up with this storm and give us a good view. You know, we're going to get toward dark here in a few, but that's the shot as they're driving to get closer and give us a better look at the storm as it comes in. And here's an interesting Blackman area of Rutherford County. Yes, Blackman, Eagleville. If you're south of this line, so you really have to know where you live in the county. You just have to. Do you live in North Rutherford County? Well, what's north, right? Do you live north of Murfreesboro? Are you south of Smyrna? Need to know some landmarks. I spent at the beginning of this probably 3 days trying to find landmarks in all the schools and put those on the radar. That way, if you know you live near Kittrell Elementary School, you know where we're talking about, and we can give you some of those landmarks, and it just helps to jog our memory. Sometimes you may not know, well, where's the southern end of the county or the southern third? Well, if you live south of Murfreesboro, you're southern end of the county. If you live north of Murfreesboro, you could live in Siegel, Smyrna, Laverne. See what I mean by that? So you really have to know where you live so you can understand where you don't have to understand how the storms are made and all of that kind of thing, but know where you are. So if you live south of what was the boundary at least an hour ago, that line is directly through Rockvale. So this is the line that I marked here. It kind of goes through Rockvale, and this is a rough estimate again. This is from observations of temperatures and dew points and things of that nature, and this is from the National Weather Service, and this is roughly the line that they drew. That means you're probably maybe in the upper 70s, maybe even still low 80s. But further north, you may be, in the 60s. Let me pull back over to you full screen here, and what have you got?
Just another shot of it. You can see the rotation and the storm just based on the structure itself. You can tell that the whole storm's rotating. Real loosely organized, I should say, lowering. It's got some rotation in the low levels, but primarily it looks like mid-level rotation.
Okay. And off to your left, to the left of that tower there, kind of see some lowering and some scary looking clouds. So
Yeah, the towers almost got the wall cloud right down the center.
okay. And so that's the left-hand side is where you would see
There you go.
some of those clouds kind of wrapping around in that mid-level rotation that you were talking about. All right.
We're going to keep going north, get a little closer to it.
Sounds good. Meteorologist Justin Bailey and Bryan Bailey out taking a look at this storm, making sure that we kind of know what's coming in. Back to radar. Storm progressing to the north and east. For those listening on radio, need to tell you that you're listening to WGNS Murfreesboro, Smyrna, FM 101.9 and AM 1450 Murfreesboro, 100.5 in Smyrna. And if you're watching and joining us on the Rutherford Weather Channel, we are on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. Question about ETA. So we haven't done this in a minute. So let's do that while Justin and Bryan are on the move and their next stop. We will certainly pop in. Let me check one thing to see if there's any new information.
Just to keep you updated, we're headed north towards Chapel Hill right now.
All right, north toward Chapel Hill. Here's some good news, and Justin, you and Bryan need to know this. National Weather Service has decided that they are going to downgrade this to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So,
thank you very much.
Yep, that is the plan. Which means that we're still going to intently watch what's going on here. But hopefully, as we've seen storms do, as they have come into Rutherford County, and this is going to include parts of Rutherford County, so we're still going to stick with it. But it's a bit of, I really hesitate to use the word relaxation, but it is kind of a, okay, let's grab a deep breath and hope for the best and hope for a downward trend in this storm. We've been seeing that, talking about that a little bit. You can see in this shot, a couple of the cameras that are placed around Rutherford County. And that's another thing, by the way, I'd like to tell you that we're working on trying to get more cameras, working on one for North Rutherford County, maybe in the Siegel area here very soon. This is a downtown shot from WGNS looking off to the east. That doesn't give us much look to the west, but and what's so important about what Justin and Bryan are doing is what we've learned is if you can see what's going on, you hear tornado warning. Oh, here we go again. But if you can see, you think, oh, I do need to take this seriously. When is the time that you can see it? When it's upon you. But if you can be out in front of it or show, here's what it looks like out ahead, well, that kind of gets folks' attention. And speaking of that, I do have one camera view in the Triune Amilville area that is looking off toward Franklin. So this would be a little bit to the northeast of where we need to look, but you can still see in that direction. And so those are some of the things that we're kind of working on here. But let's go back to the radar here. Severe thunderstorm warning for the portion of Rutherford County that we were on the lookout for the possible tornado warning. When we've been trying to give you as much lead time as possible. So this is going to be for Eagleville, State Route 269 as it comes into Eagleville, just past Eagleville School. So between Eagleville and Mount Vernon is where the far eastern extent of this warning takes into account. Greenwood, so we're talking about Floyd Road, Main Street, Highway 99, just right around Eagleville School. You're in this. Allisona Road, that's State Route 269. See, that's another thing. I was talking about knowing streets and whatnot. You may know Alisona Road, but you may not know State Route 269. But if you look, what is the thing that's the largest there? State Route 269. So if you live on State Route 269, you need to know what that is. Or Highway 41A, that's South Main Street in Eagleville. 99, well, that's Chapel Hill Pike as it comes into the county. Here's 31A. We know that's the Horton Highway, but 31A. So those are some of the things that will be good and handy to have in the toolbox. So we do have some rain coming into this area. If we look at the core of the storm that is between Bryant Station and Milltown, just within that circle, you can see those little white specks. Those are lightning indicators. So that's where we have lightning, some ahead of that storm. There was a photo sent in from Bedford 911. Hold on a second. Let me somehow.
You got those full, Bryan?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking at a photo of that someone sent in, but you've got a better look at it. So let me hold on a second here, Justin. I'm going to pop you over full screen and let you talk about what you're saying. Wow. So that's what's coming in.
It's a big rounded base.
Yeah, kind of describe what we're looking at. You know, it looks like it almost looks like a huge mushroom, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, just gorgeous. Gee, that looks pretty good for Tennessee storm.
And honestly,
And luckily, while it looks really crazy and scary, the rotation's not real tight on radar, and I don't see a whole lot of rotation visibly. So it's not a huge tornado threat at the moment.
well, that is good news. We were talking earlier too about, you know, these storms have a very low base. I mean, even like if you were on a hilltop, you might see the cloud base go over, you know. Saw a big lightning strike right there. So it's a pretty electrical storm. And we honestly don't see storms like this that have this look and structure. And you might look at that and think, oh my goodness. And it is a strong storm, and it is a tornado possible storm. We could see this thing ramp back up just a little bit. It's got plenty of warm, moist air that it's moving into. But right now, from all reports, from the videos that we see, this is very similar to a photo that was sent in from Bedford 911, Laws Hill, Marshall County. It's got that same look to it. So hop back over to radar here, because some of you were asking about times and things of that nature. This could have some quarter hail, but that's really not the hazard here with this. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And again, with the tornado possible. Eagleville, Unionville, Chapel Hill. The motion is northeast at 35, so it's slowing a little bit. But the storms that are above the boundary are really racing. So like that special weather statement, well, that one was going at about 42. So earlier today, I can say that those storms were going, 50, 60 miles an hour. And now I've forgotten the number that I need here, and it is northeast at 35. You were asking, some of you in chat here, about the ETA. So we're going to do that. Now this is going to be from the center of the storm. Whoops, I need to go into another mode here.
There's a nice on the leading edge of this wall cloud.
All right, let me pop back over to you.
To it.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me pop back over to you and let folks see what you're seeing. And it kind of cut out there a little bit. So, boy, that's a scary looking cloud. But you were saying that there's not a lot of motion in it, right?
A lot of rising motion, but not much rotation.
Okay,
Not that we can see from right here, at least.
very good.
Insane lightning show, though.
Yeah, I was just going to say the lightning has definitely picked up, and sometimes that could be an indication of a storm that might be strengthening a little bit. It does have the tornado possible tag, so that's why we're on here wall to wall, giving you coverage on radio and the Rutherford Weather Channel. So I'm going to work on a method here in just a second to try to double box this with the radar. But for the time being, let's pop back over to the radar view. And here are some of those times that you've been asking for. Now, it may rain before this, but this is the center of that storm, that big storm that we've been showing you for sales in about 29 minutes. Link 31, Midland 31, Rockvale 33, Fosterville 38, Crescent, Christiana, same time overall. 38, 40 minutes. Barfield 41, Short Creek 42, Rucker 43, Mankinville about 47 minutes, Gum 48, and then over toward Floration, Kittrell area, less than an hour. Kittrell about the same, Browns Mill about an hour, Bradyville 62, up toward Curley and Reedyville in just over an hour. So lots of lead time there for you. Now that you have that, we're going to lose some daylight here in a few. So I'm going to pop you back over. It's Justin and Bryan are popping out of the car here to take some photos. Want to let you see their video here as we can see it as they're looking into this storm. So you look at that while I try to work on a scene here that will pop in maybe some of this wonderful video that we're seeing.
Low level rotation right there directly to my west. I don't know if you can see that, Brian. It's weak, but it is rotating.
I can see that. Yeah, we've got you full screen. It's very electrical. Very electrical.
Yeah, we're getting hit by rear flank outflow right now.
All right. Describe what that is for us.
It's fine wind to come out the backside of a rotating supercell thunderstorm.
Okay. You can hear that wind picking up there in your microphone on your phone as you're shooting this video. So we have you.
Unfortunately, as low as these wall clouds are today, this is how close we have to be to be able to tell if there's anything sitting on the ground.
Leave that full screen here for just a moment. And that noise you hear is the wind in the microphone of the camera that's bringing you the photos, or you're hearing about it. We're trying to describe it. Radio is very much a theater of the mind, right? You describe things, what's going on. And so we're trying to do both of those. For those who are listening on radio, this is a storm that is severe warned, that's going to be coming into the southern end of the county, into an area that has seen at least a couple of storms over the past couple of years. And we remember May 8th, and it dropped an EF0, EF1 tornado. And it doesn't matter whether it's an EF0 or an EF3, you know, if it's damage on your home, your property, loss of life, those are the things that we warn for. We're not here just to overhype or anything like that. We're here just to give you plenty of heads up. So I'm going to go back into radar here, but I've got Justin and Bryan shot here up pretty large. And as Justin is looking into this storm, you can probably see the top of Bryan's head there, which is fine. My point about seeing the top of his head there is you can see how windy it is. It's definitely a heavy hairspray day, and he doesn't have enough. But sometimes you have to lighten up the moment a little bit. Don't want you to feel too tense and too uptight. I know there are so many who have storm anxiety. So we're watching some rain, heavy rain, maybe a lightning strike or two coming into the county. This severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag going for 15 minutes. And yep, so until 7:30, they have continued that. Not seeing anything on our chat. From the National Weather Service.
We can confirm weak rotation, but no.
Okay. So we've got the shot and we've got the radar within this particular overlay. So you're seeing everything that they're seeing. And very electrical. And you're seeing those low hanging clouds. And as Justin was mentioning, they're experiencing some rotation there. You've got a really good view of the storm. He's kind of doing a little panorama there, and I think they're getting ready to get a bit ahead of this. So we're going to leave that shot up on the radar here, and we'll get your radar view. It's 7:17. I'm Brian Barrett. Meteorologist Justin Bailey and Brian Bailey are out taking a look at the storms as they are coming into Rutherford County. How long until 2:31 at Joe B? Well, we did a storm track just a second ago, but we'll do it again here. Did want to pop over and take a look at one other thing, and no power outages in Rutherford County. So if we see, we'll kind of keep an eye on that, and that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we don't see kind of go up. I want to see if there is an observation in the south end of the county, and that's just going to be the Murfreesboro Airport. I was looking for a sampling of the temperatures down there, but it is not going to give it to me in that particular view. So severe thunderstorm warning coming into southern Rutherford County. That's what we're here warning for. The photo in the, or not photo, the video in the upper right-hand corner, that's the thunderstorm as it's entering the county. And this is a special weather statement now for this storm. So they are even going to let the severe thunderstorm warning drop down to a special weather statement. This is a good trend. And these are smart folks at the National Weather Service, right? They are dissecting the storm, looking at the storm, and we're going to lose some daylight here, but this storm is pretty electrical as it's coming into the county. So the severe thunderstorm warning is going to be replaced with a special weather statement. That's a step down from a severe thunderstorm warning. Gust up to 40 miles an hour, radar indicated. Could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Got a lot of things going on the screen. That was mainly for me to relay to you. That's what this light blue is here. So I'll tell you about the special weather statement, and probably what we're going to do is, since there is no severe thunderstorm warning continuing, we're going to pull away from radio coverage and continue our coverage on the Rutherford Weather Channel. If there is a warning, we'll pop back on. Or if there is a a storm that prompts a tornado warning. We're trying to give you enough head time, so we're watching where that storm is. Today it's been Murray County. If it's in Murray County, we're going to pop on and start giving you heads up here. So this special weather statement before we go away from radio coverage. Eagleville, you're seeing storms right now, heavy rain. Versailles, Link, Rockvale coming soon. 231 as you go into Bedford County, and as goes right there under Interstate 24. You're just outside of this special weather statement because this storm is moving northeast at 45, and this is going to take this is going to stay in effect for 25 minutes. So we may see special weather statement issued a little further out. If the storm pulses up, it could become a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's just something that we're watching for. But don't want to keep you on radio longer than we have to, because for those who are watching on the video, you can choose to come and go as you please, but there's regular programming, and we don't want to overly alarm for something that is downgraded to a heavy thunderstorm. So give me a moment to take care of that for you. And that's going to take me a minute. I meant to end this process. It's one of the things that I'm having a little trouble with. But so regular programming coming up on WGNS Radio. And again, we're going to keep you informed on what's going on. And if you just really want to get away from it all, some conversation on the radio might just soothe your soul. Who knows? No Braves baseball tonight. And the Middle Tennessee Liberty series, tomorrow's game is going to be a 1:45 airtime for those who are listening on radio there. After this passes, is it clear for the rest of the night? Murfreesboro, Kittrell. There are still going to be storms. There's another storm back in Columbia, but it doesn't even have a heavy thunderstorm warning. And continuing to look back to the southwest, there's not a whole lot there. This tornado, the tornado watch continues until 10 o'clock tonight. We may see that lifted early, don't know. But we have two special weather statements for Smyrna, Laverne, but that's already pushed on out and down in the southern end of the county there. So let's break away on radio. And again, you can continue to watch on Rutherford Weather, RutherfordWX.com. We've got links to all the social platforms there, Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. But right now on WGNS Radio, we go back to regular programming. Okay. So back there on regular programming. So it's just us friends here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Not that we're not friends with our radio folks, but I hear Justin's audio there. So you may be wanting to pass along something here, Justin.
Did you actually say there's nothing back to our southwest?
From the last radar scan that I saw, there's a little stuff down past Mount Pleasant, but there's nothing warned that I see. Are you saying something? Oh, yeah. I thought you were. I was looking around saying, oh no, what did I miss here? But so you got me. Maybe so. What are your thoughts?
I'm very pleased and ready for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, because
Tennessee storm. Nothing.
Yeah, I can hear Bryan in the background talking about, I mean, just the storm structure. And if you've got some good photos of that, maybe send them to me and I'll post them online, because it was spectacular to see for those who didn't to see the video. But Justin, you were out yesterday out in Arkansas and came back in, and you were home for maybe an hour and a half before we started having mornings popping around here until 6 or 7 o'clock this morning on the air.
Well, me and Bryan both took our turns in Arkansas this week. He was there Sunday. I was there yesterday. And yeah, I got home about 1 a.m. And then we went live last night at like 2:15 with that PDS tornado warning. And I think I got 30 minutes of sleep last night. And I took about an hour nap during my lunch break today. And here we go.
Yeah. So hopefully homeward bound and bedtime.
That's right.
Well, I think probably until this special weather statement has cleared the county, I'm going to keep the feed going here. But if you guys want to pop out, or if you want to leave the video, I'll leave it on there. But we're probably just going to kind of step back from the constant talking, and here's where the storm is, and you can see the radar and that kind of thing. But again, kind of the same thing here on
Well,
the video channel. We don't want to overly hype something that's nothing, right?
I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, but that last scan, it looks like maybe a reinvigoration of some hail moving in to the southeast side of Eagleville.
Well, let's take a look here at hydrometer and do a sampling here. And yeah, there is some hail there. Champions Run Golf Course. Now, the special weather statement did not mention hail, so it mentioned 40-mile-per-hour winds. And yeah, so that's about it. In terms of the winds, we'll take a quick look at that, and I don't know. A little
We can still see a nice lowering with a flat base to it. I mean, structurally, it still looks pretty decent.
yeah, so that's what you're seeing here, and normally this would be something that it's okay, hey, this may be a deal here, but between Chapel Hill and Unionville, if you've been accustomed to, you know, greens toward, reds away, and all that kind of thing, you're seeing a pretty tight little rotation there. But that was the base of that storm that you were showing us great video of, that did have some motion to it. It was definitely a lowering, but it was not what it could be in terms of causing some strong winds down at the surface in terms of being on the ground or anything like that. So let's see. Look at another product here. Look about the hail, and yeah, definitely some hail creeping in between Eagleville and Champions Run and Versailles over to Link. So that's kind of why we'll hop back in, and the latest reflectivity. If you look at that, this, you know, you're used to seeing the reds and the greens and the yellows and oranges, but when you see purple, it's like, oh gosh, what's that? And that would be hail being seen on the reflectivity side. So I'm going to loop this for you. And what you're going to see here is the radar on a loop. And you're going to see Justin and Bryan's video in that upper right-hand corner. He's got himself muted, and I'm sure can hear, and I'm going to be back here behind the scenes. So you're going to hear a little silence, and maybe you're thinking, I'm tired of hearing you anyway. So you've got your wish. But if either one of us see something that needs to be mentioned and brought forth, we will certainly do that. As we watch this storm here in Christiana, I'm going to take a little bit of a wider view to look, and that special weather statement in Smyrna Laverne has got another minute, and that storm's already through there. So the storms are lifting a bit to the back in Columbia, lifting northward. So there you go. I said I was going to hush for a moment, and I will. So hang with us here on the Rutherford Weather Channel, and hopefully it's bedtime soon. All right, back in for an update. Justin and Bryan are off to get some much needed sleep. So this is going to be a special weather statement continued on through the county. And I'm working on getting some of Bryan's photos and a video in. I will answer Isabella's question real fast. And I don't know how long ago this came in, but I do think it was a fairly new comment or question from Isabella. After the storm passes, is it clear for the rest of the night? Murfreesboro, Kittrell. So, Kittrell, you've got to deal with this, but you did say after this passes. Let's look behind it. Everything lifting to the north and dissipating. And there's nothing back behind it. So, I dare say yes, but this has been a surprising system. The tornado watch goes until 10. And let me just make sure there is a discussion here. But I believe that was from earlier. Yep. Much earlier. So, not really why that slips all the way back up to that comment. So the National Weather Service saying that they are watching this storm, but special weather statement below severe criteria. You're going to hear thunder, see the lightning, maybe 40 mile an hour winds, some of those scary looking clouds that we were showing you with that lowering base. And I'm going to work on getting some of those photos and videos out for you on the social platform so you can see from Bryan and Justin. But they have carried this special weather statement on through the county. So I'm going to kind of give you an idea of some of the places. You may get some rain in Blackman, but you're not in this special weather statement, or Walter Hill, Wilson Elementary School, Sharp Springs. Looks like it's going to stay south of Smyrna Laverne for Echo 2457, who asked about Smyrna Laverne. That may have been a moment ago too. Trying to work on our communications and how we can do that. But if I call your area or community out, you're in this special weather statement. Lascassas, Milton, Reedyville, Kittrell Elementary School, Vault Road Slab, Gucci Ford Road Slab, Whitworth Buchanan Middle School, Toot South, Riverdale, Christiana. It looks like this may come in and clip you with this tail end of the storm. You're going to see, maybe if you're out looking at it with the lightning and stuff, which I'm not advising that you do, but you can do what you want. Bradley Academy, the Stones River Town Center, Overall Creek Elementary, out toward Oakland School, Copper Ridge, kind of dancing around this special weather statement. Lascassas, Milton, and then Reedyville. So all of those places we'll see maybe 40 mile per hour wind gust at the most from this. Lightning, which is not a severe criteria for storms, by the way. You'll hear the thunder and the lightning. It's just a good general thunderstorm, but I know some of you want to go to sleep. So we're going to leave this running until this is out of the county. We've been going on this stream for 4 hours. Yesterday it was almost 6, I guess. So it's about 10 hours of weather coverage here on the Rutherford Weather Channel, but happy to do that. So off again for a few, and if anything changes, we'll be back to let you know about it. I've usually All right, we're still hanging out here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Going to get this storm with a special weather statement on it out of the county. Radar's been looping there, and you've also been seeing the outage report from Middle Tennessee Electric. And let's see here, service concerns. Middle Tennessee Electric does a really, really good job. 33 power outages, so that makes up 0.02% of their entire service area, which encompasses 4 counties, but or a few more than 4 big counties. But my point is, they have this tree trimming program, and they do a great job of making sure these overgrown trees aren't around power lines that can come down and cut your power off, even during a special weather statement, which is a heavy thunderstorm that can produce 40-mile-an-hour winds. But that's why I put the outage map up there. It says 1 to 50, and it is. It's 33. It could be 1, or it could be 49 or 50. But just wanted to pop that on there, too, while you were watching the radar. Had a few questions about it, and I just wanted to go on and make sure that you knew this was nothing other than a heavy thunderstorm. Someone said, tornadic, just severe thunderstorms in Murfreesboro. Sorry, just got back on, and that's kind of why we were doing this, India, but this is below a severe thunderstorm warning. It is a heavy thunderstorm, let's call it. Andrew said it's getting spooky. Intense lightning. We are seeing some lightning. Having trouble seeing this. It's white on a gray background. Dino Toria, thanks for the reassurance. It's noisy, raining at Riverdale High School. What an exhausting week this has been with all these storms. Yes. And before we end here in a few, we're going to talk about this isn't the last gasp. Okay, that's going to come Saturday evening, overnight into early Sunday. Tomorrow, a much lower threat. There will be a chance of some storms out there, but a much, much, much lower threat. In fact, the National Weather Service is going to staff down a little bit. They'll still have people there, as they always do, but they're not going to have the full staff in with the storm coverage because they're going to need it for Saturday and want to get recharged. So do we, right? And then next week, looking good, a little cooler. We'll take that if it means sunshine and no storms. But I did kind of just want to pop back on and say you're seeing a lot of thunder, lightning, maybe some low clouds. May see some movement if you're out looking at it in the lightning. Twin Springs, Fox Camp Meadows, up to near the Buchanan area, just east of Elam Mill Road Slab, coming up toward Double Springs, Overall Acres, and pretty soon Kittrell, Floration, and Reedyville. North end of the county, Las Casas, Sharpsville, you've got some big rains going on right now. East downtown Murfreesboro. By the way, if you want to see on the radar, am I zoomed in enough? Let's see. Yeah, but I don't think you'll ever be able to read it because it's going to be so small. But right here, if there are lots of new people around, right? I believe my pen has stopped working here. So let me try this one because it's open. Right here is the geographic center of the state of Tennessee. And there's a marker if you ever want to go look for it. All right. But loud storms, just a general thunderstorm, general heavy thunderstorm, we'll call it. And it's continuing to affect the southern portions of the county. And we're going to watch it here for the next 6 minutes and see what happens. And then I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes talking about what's left, what's ahead, and show you a cool video from Bryan and Justin Bailey before we sign off here. So a little longer on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Hang in if you please. All right, special weather statement gone, finito, done, out of here. So I did tell you that I was going to show you a couple of things. So let's see where this pops up. This will be short because I know you're ready to go, and so am I, right? Here is, let me take that off there for you so we can see it. We'll zoom in just a little bit here. This is back in Chapel Hill when Justin and Brian Bailey were looking back at the storm when it was warned, and we were watching it just to make sure and see what was going to happen there with the storm. So that is a really cool picture, I thought. Here is another, very similar, but you can kind of see the light coming in. That's probably a lightning strike. And a greenish tint to that, that's the hail. That's what gives the storms kind of that look and color. And one more, and this one is a little taller, but it shows you the storm structure here. As the guys were out doing that. Certainly appreciate all of their